All right, more Dragon Quest XI. We are at the halfway point of the game, which is pretty exciting. Make sure my mouse doesn't travel through the central monitor here. There we go. Getting to Arboreus soon, although I have a couple other things I want to do. Eric back at full strength, which is pretty cool. A couple things I want to work on with Eric. We'll see how long it takes for me to get Veronica back, but I might just not have a mage in my party outside of Rab, which feels weird, but... Alright, let's see. Am I allowed to zoom to the Viking area? Might have to walk there from... Oh, there it is, Viking hideout. Picking up a couple things that I'm missing. There's some new crafting recipes that require ice crystals that I think spawn around this general area, so I'm going to see if I can find some of those. I think they're just little blue shiny spots. Yeah, like this. Mithril ore. Not what I need, but probably need that for crafting anyway. Andrea's been noticing these little ghosts, the tockles or whatever, in her playthrough. She hasn't gotten to the part where the definitive edition lets you go to Tickington. She's like freaking out about them, like, what are those? What's the deal? And it more makes me think that it would be cool if Tickington was something you had to like opt into at the start of the game. I love the idea of just playing this and seeing them everywhere and having no idea what they are, right? In her playthrough, she made it through the part at the very beginning of the game when you come out of Cobblestone. Like you go back to Cobblestone. I still think that's like that's when the game totally hooked me, because it's such a brilliantly executed sequence, and there are many very stupid ways to do that same sequence that they didn't do. They count on the audience to feel what they're intending for you to feel about Cobblestone leading up to that point, right? They don't, like, hold your nose in it. Quadrabash. Double strength strike over a set of 2 squares in a 2x2 arrangement. Okay. I don't know how often I'm going to get the opportunity to do that. That seems crazy. Rab only. Charm, defense, might, and mending. I should probably make one. Golden Nuglet. Alright. This one I can probably get away with doing it on. Sizzly Puff. Well, we should be careful with that. Yeah, no, I think it's really cool, and, you know, I was super into it at the beginning of the game, but the more I've been thinking about it, I just feel like it would be neat if on your first playthrough they didn't give away what those guys are all about, or it probably ends up being in the story that it makes sense that the Tockles are the right vehicle to have the Dragon Quest franchise flashbacks in. But it also, I think it gives away too much to me about what those cute little ghosts are, you know what I mean? Yeah. I think it would almost entirely be solved with a Metal Gear Solid 3 style prompt at the start of the game. It's like, have you played Dragon Quest XI before, yes or no? And then, do you want definitive edition features in your first playthrough, yes or no, right? And I think that, like, the super fans who waited for the definitive edition would probably say, yeah, go ahead and give me the features anyway, right? There's Is this a dagger? It's a boomerang. There's precedent for it, is what I'm saying. Other games have handled it differently. Okay, so to really hope we get a +3 here. I think there's only one ice crystal that spawns out here, unfortunately. No idea what to expect. Okay, that wasn't a bad play. I can do double whammy. Okay. This is a hard one. Okay. Power of next strike halved. Yeah, I might not be able to finish this one. I'm a little worried. Let's see. Ooh, cutting that real close. Uncomfortably so. Ah, I shouldn't have done it. Should not have done it. Let's see. +1, probably. Yeah, probably still better than what he currently has. Okay, I still needed another ice thing, so I guess I'll have to come back here. Slightly better. Deals ice damage when attacking. I guess that's cool. Is it this one, I think? It was just a little bit too much. I had enough points that I could have played it safer and just did double power regular bash, but shouldn't have taken the risk. Probably would have gotten a +2 if I hadn't done that. 3 more heal. I want to pick up Metal Slash, I guess. It's 12. Okay. I think I asked this last episode, but does anyone know how often the little glowing blue item spawns come back? Nice crit. "15 minutes real time? Okay, that's not too bad, thanks." Should've just done Quadra Slash, oh well. Rude. pretty big danger there. Fighting dudes in the hope that I can get a metal slime, but...
Let's go!
Ooh, that sucks. This guy, like, particularly evasive?
Another day, another victory.
Let's see what that purple quest is. I know I need to go to Arborea. I'm just checking some other stuff. I assume there aren't any missable quests in this, right? It does seem like some only appear at certain stages of the game, though. Blood Red Robot. Terrifying Type G0. Okay, metal slime armor. Okay, so just attack the regular blue machines and then there's a chance a red one will show up? Just luck, whether you saw it or not? I see. The reward seems worth going for, so I'll definitely give it a honest try here, especially if there's a chance for me to see metal slimes when fighting them anyway.
Let's do this.
Very nice crit. Oh, wow. I got excited with the one on the right for a second. It looked slightly red. Yeah, that's nice. I need to start doing empathy onto the hero here. Can they spawn with the robots, or do robots just mean that they can spawn from some nearby encounter? Do me to pull my socks up? One regular robot and one shiny one.
Who else wants some?
The slimes. What does it mean for a robot to be asleep? might want to try to take advantage of that. I have a quest for him and the hero to be pepped up here. Warp out and come back.
Who else wants some?
There's life in the old dog yet.
Rab, buddy, what do we got up here? Should not very helpful read of what that's supposed to do. All right, so the quest I need to do is Auroral Serpent outside Auroral in the daytime. Okay. Hey, Serp, how you doing? I think this is the dragon, question mark? Pretty sure I've fought one before. It's weird what things they do and do not put in the start menu. Yeah, it is. Okay. This guy. I have to re-pep up the hero. It's fine. Have that spell for. Blaze of Glory. Cool guys. Holy shit.
Our triumph was never in doubt.
Okay, standing near the church in Auroral. Having one character who can force pep is nice. Near the church, we said. This guy. What's up? Mystic. Accessory, it looks like. Right, I need to equip something different on him anyway. Oh, I haven't seen the Grandest Master. That's fun. Do that. It looks kind of silly running around as like... I could upgrade that too. Interesting. Looks silly running around as a king. Defense and pep up speed increased by 1%. And the +3 version is 2%. Dragon Quest. Why are you the way you choose to be? I love you sometimes. What the fuck? Like, I feel like... top of everything, they really need to just consider, like, how long you even have something equipped in the first place, right? Oh, can I not? Interesting. I was trying to make this argument the other day about whatever that weapon was that, like, confuses beasts or something, right? It's like you're gonna be having this equipped for no time. You're gonna have it as like your best in slot weapon for maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours of game time. Sounds less bad, yeah. Maybe what's going on is that they have an idea for a flavorful item. Something that makes you resist light damage or something, right? And just the game isn't designed for them to care about whether that value is actually useful to a player or not. Like the flavor is more important. I don't know. Yeah, right. Does that flashing aura on Rab guarantee he's going to lose it next turn? I guess I could just test it.
By the power of the darkness!
Yes, okay, so I should always use the pet power when their aura is flashing. Oh, it's not guaranteed? Okay.
You're mine! Ah, not bad.
Worth sapping it, maybe? All right, Hendrik, buddy, what are we doing up here? Double-edged slash, we think is pretty bad. Strength up is good. Is resilience up? Yeah, I can see what this is, I guess. I don't hate that as a rule. I wish I knew what the math was on it, you know? Okay, we need resilience up.
Another one bites the dust.
Guessing the best way to respawn them is probably to just go rest at the campfire. I guess I could maybe zoom too. Hoping they spawn anywhere in the Snarefelt and not just one particular area here. That would be very mean. So give me the platypus guy. Nice crit.
This'll soften him up!
That works.
Stay down.
Or do they just have an innate ability to block attacks? Maybe that's why I keep thinking they have a high evasion.
Let's go.
They took the 2% block.
By the power of the Noctis!
So I'll end up with a ton of money after doing this, I hope. Actually out here. I was just playing Wild Arms 3, which is also a really solid JRPG, and it has this kind of cool idea where you have this resource that is like a strategic health resource that tops you off after every battle automatically, and until it runs out. So it'd be cool if like the next stage of Handy Heal All was a setting that lets you just tell the game to always proc Handy Heal All for you, right? As long as you have sufficient MP to do it. It's weird that they even keep the regular heal all on the option list, but I assume that's because it's a
Nice.
Definitive Edition thing, right? She got the only thing I really care about for her. Guess maybe attack power when wielding matters. We need to remove her claw spec at some point. All right. There is a note at the there's a note at the top that makes him guaranteed to kill metal slimes, and a note at the bottom that makes him better at dual wielding, right? Yeah, I think we want that for sure. A dream ability that can ensure a critical hit on an enemy. And is it it's the hidden node here that is the dual wield thing? Yeah, I like Wild Arms 3. There's a lot of cool ideas. Like, I don't think that it necessarily has the best. Ooh, that was easy. Very lucky. We did fight an enemy like this a while ago. There's a quest in the desert area for a rare enemy spawn that's like this, I guess. I keep thinking he's gonna say Cowabunga. Oh, that costs a shitload of MP, okay. I guess it doesn't benefit from dual wield, which is fine, but...
This'll soften him up!
Sounds right.
You okay?
Kind of. Been better. Yes. Just coming down around here on the bottom to figure out what that is. Okay, right. This is a single target full heal, and this is a full party full heal. Yeah. So, is there anything else more pressing? I think I'm honestly fine. Charm plus 40. Does Charm do anything for the hero outside of the random quests that require it? Monarchic Mark. Ooh. I like that. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty sick. And I can probably upgrade it too. Isn't that's a drop from the red robot? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, this thing's at a really high difficulty. Okay. I don't want to waste the pearls on it for now. Until I can feel pretty sure that I'm going to be able to land it. Rest really quick and then turn this in. Too bad I didn't run into any metal slimes. Oh well. Guessing I still haven't found a particularly good area for metal slimes, right? Wouldn't mind doing a little bit of that, but also the game is fine difficulty-wise right now, so...
Precisely.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, I confused myself, didn't I? Sure did. Alright, buddy. Killed your guild robot for you. Do you have the blood red innards of one you fell by your hand? Thanks, man. How good is this? Oh, protects against attacks of all elements. That sounds great. Bet it's insanely expensive to upgrade. I guess I'll risk it if I save scum it. Oh, it's actually easier than the other thing. Okay. Maybe I should give it to somebody else since the hero can already equip really good armor. Probably should be save scumming this anyway, but... I think it's gotten expensive enough that I get so few perfectionist pearls versus how many I have to spend on reworking. I should probably always save scum this now. Oof. Crits are often a bad thing for me lately. Focus costs halved, well, that's pretty neat. It's hard to say what the best thing to use that on is, honestly. Nice. I'm a little worried about that middle right one. Oh. But there's a crit chance boost, okay. May as well try this. for a crit. +2 maybe? Oh, sick. This is like insanely stronger than my previous gear then. Right, I was previously wearing the king's coat. Holy shit. 8 mending. I feel like I should give it to him though. Oh, he can wear the king's coat. Okay, I'll just do that then. No one's being reborn, dude. Didn't you get the memo? Yggdrasil is gone. Reincarnation is over. Okay, Arborean Islands. Oops. Oh, spooky. The dragon that was trapped down in here.
Something is not right here. Be on your guard. Behind me.
Cool. Look how big they made it.
Since time beyond memory, I have been sealed away in that frozen fjord. But now I am released. Alas,
Watch your
my
sibilance, dude.
lengthy imprisonment has sorely depleted my powers. If the skies above Sniffelheim are to once more dance with fire, then first I must feast. You shall have the honor of being the Auroral Serpent's Sabar.
Let's go. I should have pepped up before battle. Whoops. Hooray, sap landed. Ow, holy shit. Okay. Is this triple crit? Nice. Ooh, that's cool. Only saved me from one attack though. Eric can burn through MP really fast, it seems like. Defense returns to normal. This feels like the you better have multi-heal or you're gonna have a bad time fight. It's probably still, it's too expensive now, okay. Agree.
I'm not done yet.
Ooh, I'm getting lucky on that not landing on me before. Oh man, things are going really well there for a minute. Oh shit, damn. Sweet, kind of close there. Job Sylvando. Let me get that. Executioner. Oh yeah, Miracle Slash. I remember that. I'm gonna respec her later.
You are strong, just like the detestable luminary, the one who sealed me away all those years ago. But where Ardwin succeeded, you shall succumb.
Oh, syndrome attack.
Can't move.
Piteous wretches, prepare to be consumed.
Nani?
No, my strength, it's straining away. What is that awful noise?
It's Edward from Final Fantasy IV.
Beast, be gone, thou black offence! May heaven's winds propel thee hence!
Excited about Veronica and Serena because their current situation has not been spoiled for me by the definitive edition. That was pretty cool.
Don't worry, everyone. I'll have you back on your feet in no time.
Who are... No way.
Bold luminary, Yggdrasil's chosen. Long have I waited to greet you.
This could be literally anyone.
We of Arborea swear to protect you. While we live, none shall defeat you.
Got haikus again?
It's ever so nice to see you all again.
Serena, it's really you. Thanks for helping us out there. But where did you spring from? And where have you been?
I've been trying to make my way back to Arborea ever since that awful day. But I got rather sidetracked seeing to those who needed my help. When I heard that the golden iceberg blocking Sniffelheim Harbor had melted away, I decided to try and make my way home from there. I never thought I'd meet you on the way.
You're heading to Arborea, eh? We're on our way there ourselves. Reckoned you keepers would be the best folk to ask about a certain sacred flying contraption.
A flying contraption? Well, I've never heard of such a thing, but I'm sure Father Benedictus will know something about it. It's so wonderful to see you all again. Would you mind awfully if I tagged along with you?
Hey.
If we follow the path up the mountain, we'll be in Arborea in no time. Well then, shall we?
Let's shall. I did want her dual wielding, but not really using her right now. Look at her character builder, I guess. Interesting. She has to get more nodes eventually, but nothing about meeting her there suggested that he's going to get any more. She's gonna do a fusion dance with Veronica. Let's go. Stronger version of the one in Dundersill? I'm not sure. Yeah. Cowabunga is what he's saying. Okay. Runny exoskeletons. He get Night Watch for... Huh. Didn't notice that in his ability list earlier.
Another one bites the dust.
There's life in the old dog yet.
What you got here, bud? I don't think you can afford this over here, can you? Okay, need to get both of those. Statueman.
Let's go!
I should pep up the hero. Forgetting to do that. Butterfly wing. Already been up here, yeah. This place looks okay. Serena, don't you hear the, like, triumphant horns? It's fine.
This is awful.
If
It was so beautiful here before.
I had any time, I would love to try to do the, like, rescore Dragon Quest project.
Our poor little angels. Veronica, Serena, please come back. We'll do anything.
Fidelis, Alma, you must not lose hope. Veronica and Serena are the heirs to the power of that most holy of sages. As long as they are together, there is nothing that can... Oh,
Serena? Is it really you?
Mother? Father? You're alive!
Oh, Serena, my little angel. I never thought I'd see you again.
Yeah, exactly.
Serena,
I would agree with
my
that.
child, have you come back to us alone? What of Veronica?
She's not here. But I thought she must have made her way home already. She's certainly somewhere nearby. I can sense it. Somewhere north of here.
Twin sense, okay.
You can really tell where she is.
No, she's just bullshitting.
It's her. I know it is. We have to go and find her.
I'll try. Glow stick. Paladin's lance. Queen's robe, willing dress. Wait, hold on. Do I know what kind of weapon this is? Heavy wand. Okay, and he currently has a heavy wand, right? I wish they would have just said wand versus staff. Like, okay, save scum that in a second. Yeah, exactly. We'll see. This game is so good that it's not like a major like blight on the game or the franchise for me. It's just an unfortunate thing that, if anything, it makes me appreciate other games that like deploy their own soundtracks better, if that makes sense. Right. So there's a lot of JRPGs that I will play for the soundtrack alone. Like, that'll be the majority of the joy I get out of playing it. All right, can't do that anymore. That's fine. Nice. Not so nice. Turned out okay, though. Yeah. What a great soundtrack. Chrono Cross is a soundtrack that's better than the game. I don't hate Chrono Cross as a game, but... I'll deal with a +2. I'll save scumming for if I, like, get a +1 or totally botch it. Already checked everything here last time. But I think that speaks to like how solid this game is, that despite me being kind of underwhelmed by the soundtrack, like I really, really, really like it anyway. I guess all of the tracks themselves are pretty memorable and melody-driven, stuff I usually like in this genre, but
You think
it's not enough of
Veronica's
them.
really here? If she is, she's keeping a low profile.
When we were children, Veronica and I would often come to this grove to play. I was sure she would be waiting for me here. Veronica! Veronica, where are you?
What's the catch?
Ah, there she is. I knew it. Wake up, lazy bones. You'll catch cold sleeping outside like this.
Like a dead doll.
Veronica? Look, her staff is shining, and so is the mark on your hand. Do you think if you touch it, you might have one of your visions?
That sounds helpful. Transported back to that dark day. Cool Yggdrasil falling cutscene.
Oh no! This can't be happening! If Yggdrasil falls, the world will...
Really cool sequence. This before, but I really like the vision filter they put on the screen. It's like subtle. It looks like it's like a VHS tape.
I have to do something. You're the only ones who can save this world. Don't let me down. You have to go on without me, Serena. Look after the luminary.
Cool. I like that they saved this for now, right? Thank you, Veronica.
Veronica, you gave your life to save us.
No.
Is she gonna fusion dance with Serena? Because that's kind of a cool solution to a problem. Yeah, exactly. I was a little bummed about the other ones getting spoiled, like the Rab one, but
Even in your final moments, you were thinking of your friends.
No!
Oh, Veronica.
most unexpected character too.
Why must the good die young?
Can't react to it yet because video games pull this kind of shit all the time, and then they're like, surprise, no, it's fine, she's fine, we'll bring her back right now. But if she stays dead and Serena takes her powers, then
Here after all.
let's go.
She's gone. But I will not let her death be in vain. Where she led, I must follow. I have to tell everyone. I have to tell Mother and Father.
We might get my Final Fantasy V thing that I wanted for Eric. I do think that would have been really cool if they had done that with Eric. It's okay that they didn't. Like, it's fine, but it seemed like we had reached the natural end of Eric's story, and it would have been a good opportunity to pull in a new character with the same abilities. But now I kind of get the sense that Eric is going to be that JRPG problem where he's like the kind of like just there party member now. We did his little side story. He's also there in the cutscenes and occasionally weighs in. This game fortunately doesn't do the Trails of Cold Steel thing where everybody has to pile on in every single goddamn conversation.
Yggdrasil, whose holy heart is the symbol of all life. Today, we mourn the loss of a beloved child of Arborea. Though she came into life with another of your hallowed leaves, she departed this realm alone. May she one day return to you.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Bloom again upon your
They
branches.
set that kind of stuff up. I'm really hoping they stick to this. I will like love the hell out of this, but I've been hurt too many times by this genre, you know? Like, too many times that they play the we killed a character, not really though, they're fine.
I thank you all for gathering here today to celebrate the life of my dear sister. Even in her darkest hour, Veronica thought not of herself, but only of protecting the luminary. She was a keeper to the last. Now, I ask that each of you offer up a lock of hair to the sacred flame, that its light may guide her on her way back to the World Tree.
Oh, Veronica, my little angel. Curse you, Mordigan. Why could you not have taken me instead?
Darling, darling daughter. How could you leave us without saying goodbye?
Serena appears steadfast despite her grief. But the sight of her poor parents is heartbreaking indeed.
My child, I must speak with you and your friends. When you have a moment, please come to the cathedral.
All right. You have an airship? They're really sending the signal that this is for real and for good, which I hope is true. Like, I'd be okay if she like comes back in a cutscene towards the end, or Spirit cheers us on or something, right? Like, but I seriously have like non-clinical PTSD with this fucking genre, and trying to like emotionally manipulate the audience with a fake out death like that and they come back immediately. And I hate that because it means I can't trust a scene that seemed pretty like earnest and heartfelt right there. But are they going to undercut it by just bringing her back immediately? We'll see.
Forgive me for summoning you here at this time of sadness, but there is something I believe you will be eager to hear. You came in search of the sacred conveyance upon which Erdwin and his allies rode out to face the Dark One,
Yeah.
did you not?
The airboat.
How did you know that?
For some days before your arrival, Holy
Igbo.
Yggdrasil granted me another vision. I saw you, honored luminary. You were standing alongside Serena upon a great white object that transported you to an island in the sky. A strange and beautiful place.
And you think this was a vision of the future?
I do. For in my dream, Veronica was not with you. I have been greatly troubled as to what her absence might mean. I had hoped and prayed that my fears were unfounded, yet, alas, they were not. Which made me wonder if the conveyance upon which you stood might also be real. And then I remembered. Cetacea. The legends tell of a divine
moon
being
whale?
who soared through the skies on silver wings. A beast summoned to Erdwin's side.
I like flying whales. I don't know why that's such a thing.
Perhaps it was upon Cetacea's back that you rode in my vision. And perhaps the island upon which you alighted is the next step on your journey. I intend to scour the annals for indications of how she might be summoned. I will inform you forthwith if my researches should prove fruitful. Now,
I assume she's a whale based on her
today's
name.
unhappy events have surely taken their toll. Rooms have been prepared for you all at the inn. Pray, rest a while.
Thank you. Yeah. Windfish, there's the one in Final Fantasy IV. I don't know if that's just like the thing. Yeah. No such thing as a free stay at the end. Oh yeah. It's okay, Edward. I mean, Serena. Fight the demons. There's a good number of Final Fantasy IV things in this game. Kind of cool. Coming from behind the inn. I've said this a bunch of times, but I really like that this little pink thing isn't always exactly where you need to go. It might be near where you need to go, or the NPC might say something to point you in the right direction. It's a really great middle ground from the usual objective marker.
It's a love song from the Age of Heroes. The story of a lady pining for her long-lost sweetheart. No one remembers who wrote it, but I've loved it since I was a little girl. You know, something's been bothering me.
What's that?
Veronica. We were born at the same time, so our leaves bloomed at the same time, didn't they? Do you think they'll fall at the same time too?
Wise of them to call back to this. I usually don't like flashbacks like this in video games, but it was a long time ago.
Slow, to be honest. But I hope they do. Serena, I want you to promise me something. If anything happens to me, promise you'll finish this without me.
I shan't promise anything of the sort.
This is new,
I
right?
don't
That
even
wasn't in
want
the
to think of
original
such
scene
things.
where they cut away before that.
If only I had promised to do as she asked.
That makes it better.
Perhaps she might have been able to.
I hate it when they do the
sacrifice more
anime
easily.
game thing where they'll like flash back to a thing
She
that
was right,
just
you know.
happened like 20 minutes ago, right? It's like, oh my
I
god.
always have been slow.
Phoenix
Yeah,
Wright does it a lot.
talking.
Makes me want to scream.
Walking or learning magic. I was always a step behind her. But now I must tread my own path. Alone.
This is great. I like this
I
both.
hate to ask, but
Well,
would
I'll
you
explain
mind
after the
awfully
cutscene.
not going anywhere for a little while? I think I'm going to cry.
Or Serena.
Thank you. I'm sorry to be such a bother, but I shan't be one any longer. Veronica died to save me. I must make the most of my life, for her sake.
Yeah, right. Arguably, let's go. Hey, nice.
No more tears. That was the old me. Goodbye.
Nice. This is great. I was gonna say, like, of all the characters to die, Veronica makes probably the most sense. And then Serena getting more character development out of it is great because she was like the least interesting character in the party up to this point, right? Veronica was fun and good scenes with her. But like, where did she really have to go? Is it Final Fantasy V? I assume it is. She just gets both skill trees.
What in the world? I feel different.
Nice. More games should do this, I'm telling you. Consider the abilities and XP of characters transferable.
Thank you, dear sister.
Sweet. I like the haircut too. That was excellent. I'm a big fan. 140 points. Holy moly. Okay. It's access to Vim now. How often does Enchanting Echo proc? 65 points? That's insane. Doing NP recovery after battle before, but I don't think that's actually as good now. I think the fear of like people investing in a character and being sad that they lost the mechanical component of the character is like a huge problem for storytelling in any kind of RPG, not just a video game, but it's a problem in tabletop as well. Part of the reason you don't want to kill people in the party is that they lose all of the time they spent leveling up their character, right? Greatly increases the damage done by offensive spells cast by the user. That's a proc ability. I think I had that on Veronica and it's okay. Oh, that's pretty cool. These question mark abilities. Chance up. What does occasionally mean on Enchanting Echo? Oh, interesting. That's re-raise, Grace of the Goddess. It's maybe decent. I'll hold on to it in case I ever actually use her. Probably need to respec. I probably should have respec'd her before doing any of that because it's not going to use both regular wands and heavy wands. Let's go.
Good morning, or should I say good afternoon? The sun's already high in the sky. Father Benedictus dropped by earlier. He says he has something to show us at the top of the mountain. Everyone else has gone on ahead.
Interesting.
But I thought I'd wait for you. Shall we go and join them? There's a little door to the right of the cathedral. The path is through there.
I feel like they could have maybe done a thing there with a player choice and have you pick which one sacrifices themselves, but I'm also completely fine with the way they did it. Like I was saying, you know, Serena has places to go, and it didn't feel like Veronica really did. She was funny. She was, you know, very tropey character, but she's a union. Yeah. No pay increase. Okay, now I believe them that she's actually dead, so again, I'll be completely fine if they do some tasteful scene where we, like, her spirit cheers us on or helps out at the end or something like that, but as long as they're, like, actually not bringing her back. It made me so mad in Persona. And I had people teasing me at the time, like, oh, you just want to see kids die. It's like, no, it's like, don't... You don't get to have your cake and eat it too, I feel like. Rap was a red mage before it was cool.
Ah, there you are. So glad you could finally join us.
I like Final Fantasy XIV story, and I think it's pretty well told on the whole, but they really, really like to kill people and then have them come back constantly.
Veronica, standing upon this very ledge. It is no
I can't be like emotionally invested in it at all.
After facing the Dark One, this is where he alighted. And this is the Calamus flute. In my dream, Veronica played upon it. It once belonged to the great sage Serenica. She left it in our
Serena Veronica. I think that we're going to be... I think they're going to do a stable time loop thing. That's been my theory for a while.
I gave it to Veronica as a memento of her heroic ancestor. And yet, when I awoke this morning, there it was, upon my pillow. It is a sign. The flute will reveal the path you must tread.
I think they mentioned Serenica a little while ago. I was like, oh, that's Serena and Veronica's name.
Of course.
Very grateful the Definitive Edition didn't have a little interlude about them. That would have been bad.
I think I must be doing it wrong. But if Veronica was playing it in Father Benedictus's vision, it must be the key. Can you try, perhaps? The mark! It's glowing!
What? I love it. Amazing. This game is so good.
What the?
A fishing rod? I fear it is I who am seeing visions.
I love you, Hendrik. He's a JRPG protagonist, so he already knows how to fish.
You got a bite! Oh, go on, darling. Reel it in.
That's fucking great. That's so good. For our space whale. Whoa. Oh, I'm glad they didn't name it Cetacea and then not have it be a space whale.
A flying fish? No, that's a whale!
Mammal, Serena, jeez.
So it was as I suspected. It was upon her back that you rode in my dream. The sacred conveyance of the luminary, Cetacea. It seems that she heeds the call of the flute. You must play it whenever you require her aid.
That was such a cool visual. Like, I can't... Calamus flute.
Go, luminary, and seek out the floating island. It is the world tree's will. Whatever awaits you there will surely aid you in the fight against the Lord of
I feel like this
Shadows.
game is the most, like, Dragon Quest that I've played so far, at least.
Now, play.
It seems to understand what kind of tone it should have really, really well, right? Kind of has that, like, fairy tale feel. It's a little silly at times, but, like, a bounded silliness. It takes itself just the right level of seriously, which I really appreciate. Reached in the blowhole. Pull out a golf ball. Yeah, I suppose that's true. This feels more like Dragon Quest's take on Final Fantasy than Blue Dragon felt like Final Fantasy's take on Dragon Quest. But it still feels essentially Dragon Questy in a lot of ways. Cool. Okay, well, I know where I have to go. Mangle Grove Whale Way Station. Oh, that's what these things are. These are all around the game world. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Okay, I'm glad that's on the start button. I was gonna say, I like too that the amount of time they gave to grieving Veronica and even like revealing that Veronica was dead. I've played a lot of games like this that would like stretch that out so much. That was part of what I found so incredible about the... Let's see what's over here. I found that really incredible about the cobblestone sequence at the beginning. That like the game lets you feel how the main character would feel instead of like trying to like shove it down your throat. Even like Eric is like trying to move you along, like, all right, man, I get that you're freaked out, but we got places to be. And so I think it lands much better where it trusts the audience to have the appropriate reaction and emotional response to the scene instead of just like overdoing it. Like, I love Eris dying in Final Fantasy VII, but to me, like that's like the limit. You don't go any harder than that, right? People mourn an appropriate amount, and then it's done. Oh, that's interesting. Think of all the things that I like about this game, and there's a lot to like in terms of like improvements to combat and stuff, like how precise the story feels and how it seems like they really sat down and thought about like how long do we want this scene to run, how much dialogue does there need to be here, how much talking does everybody need to do to convey the emotional core of this scene. Like, it feels like they've thought about that, and a lot of JRPGs just kind of take for granted that they have infinite time to work with, right? They don't have to edit. This is interesting. Giant candlestick, you say? Okay. Yeah. Exactly. I think it's harder to do it this way. The whole, if I had more time, I would have written you a shorter letter. I think that it's a lot easier to just kind of like vomit forth text than it is to sit and think about like how long should this be, how much time should we spend on it. When Andrea was doing her playthrough and she got to that cobblestone sequence, the like hallucination part where you go back in time and you meet your grandpa, I was just imagining a much dumber version of that, where you get there and you see the town's destroyed, then you touch the root, and then you go back in time, right? But it like trusts you to be correctly confused when you get there and there's kids running around and you're expecting to walk into like a ruined city. Oh my god, Spiky. Incredible. I don't mean all of that to just like deliberately and excessively shit on the Trails games. I don't think those games are bad. I think they're about something different, and the objectives of the storytellers are very different. They're much more focused on like the setting and the world. which is unusual, I think, for Japanese RPGs, which tend to be more character-driven. I guess it makes like the characters not shutting up stand out as strange, because it's like, well, the story doesn't care about any of you anyway, so why are we going on like this? Water slash.
Ha! Easy.
Sainted Soma. I think I want to switch Rab out for Serena now. Think about it. I'm not having an AoE. Well, I guess he does have an AoE spell. I just haven't been using it. This one. There's a reason its localization history is so cursed. Right, it's like Bohemian Rhapsody.
Diligence is its own reward.
Equal time in every scene. Maybe, I don't know. Six unstoppable swings unleashed on a single enemy. Pretty good for metal slimes. Probably better than Parallax as well. Yeah, I love that this game is 90 hours long, and more happened, like, plot-wise and character development-wise in the first 5 hours than in all of Trails of Cold Steel 1, I think. Art in Cold Steel 4 were some random name students from 3 games ago that you forgot about, send you emails or some shit. I don't hate when that happens in, like, Mass Effect 2 and 3, I guess. But I guess also the emails are, like, a paragraph every time. Ooh, Densinium. Oh yeah, I should check that out. Good call. This guy's pretty cool looking.
Let's go! Oh, yeah! You're wide open! Ha!
I love that there's an option to turn off the hero's grunts. Like, that's like gonna really upset some purists somewhere that he makes little noises. Technicolor Dreamcloth. I wonder if that also shuts off, like, Kid Hero in the flashbacks. Densinium. Oh, really? Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Looks great. This game may have single-handedly restored my faith in Square Enix in general. I really was having the, like, kind of sad feeling that it's like, you know, 90s Blizzard, right? Or, BioWare. That there's just not the same people working there anymore, and it's kind of a Ship of Theseus problem. Evangelizard's a pretty good name.
Ha! Nice.
All right, we want the thing that makes dual wielding less bad. Wrong one. Ow. Also, ow. Got a little silver gate that I cannot open yet. Very cheeky. Even more dragony designs. Red dragon rods and worm wands. That is a regular wand. That is a heavy wand. Oh my god. Does that get the reward? MP stolen from Dragon Family monsters increased by 3%. Jesus. Oh. That might be a contender. Is that even enough of an increase in MP stealing if you physically attack with her that she would gain 1 more MP? She would have to be getting 30 or more MP back? Maybe it rounds up to give you at least +1. And it's only from dragon monsters because it would be too OP if it was on anything. That must be what it is. It must be that they come up with like a flavorful concept for an item and they're just like, we don't give a shit about the math, who cares? Doesn't actually need to be helpful. Wait, is the Mango Grove the only location so far that's actually just connected to the regular real world? Or was that one also separated and I didn't notice on the map? It was a new map? Okay, I'll go back to it. I misunderstood when I first visited. I thought I had seen like little things like that in the past. Chihuahua worm? It's pretty good. Dog dragon? It's one of those where, like, they knew it was a dog dragon. The creature does not look like a chihuahua at all, but the pun is too good not to do.
By the power of the darkness!
It's interesting. Yeah, you just zoom there, I suppose. Oh, ice crystals. Good. Guess I need one more of those to make the knife? Question mark. Actually, maybe I already crafted. I don't remember now. Oh, there it is. I do need 2. Emperor's attire, Empress's robes. Right. Imperial stone times 2. Okay. No. I guess I'd rather it be that than it be completely redundant with zoom for the most part. Fine with the B, you just use this to get to airship accessible areas. I just came from going back to the Mango Grove one, which I think was right around where I started. Colorful cocoon. Makes sense, yeah. Well, there's that. This thing I'm probably gonna want to save scum it. So one of these locations have a bunch of metal slimes. I feel like this would be a great place to put metal slimes in one of these areas. That was a cool attack. Cool. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, sure. I feel like me suspecting that one of these might have metal slimes is me doing my due diligence of suspecting it might be the case. I'm just trying to save myself the time of going to every island and fighting every enemy 10 times to see if one spawns. Ooh, 9 skill points. That's a lot. Surprise! Okay. Thanks. Probably don't need that. If I'm going to be full healing one person, I may as well... I mean, I'm guessing this one's probably insanely expensive MP-wise, but... thinking I want it for an emergency anyway, so... Okay. Does it spawn with anything I fight? Or only with a particular enemy group? Meteor Ring. Cool name for Boomerang. The hands? Okay, thanks. Zamel probably sucks, and let's get some MP back. 8 MP. 3% MP drain increase on Dragon family enemies. The essence of video games. Let me try to get into one of these hand fights here. Just want to see what it is, at least once. Calamitous Curse. Serena gets like a ridiculous amount of skill points now, huh? Tempted to use her. I don't know. Channel Anger is a 20% chance to proc. It lasts for the rest of the battle. Or, I'm sorry, that's Enchanting Echo. Channel Anger was not as good as like Divide though, right? I think we established that earlier. For now. Oh, it's a passive. Well, that changes the math a little bit. I thought I saw the little icon that implied that it was a activated ability. I just spent a turn on.
better than ever.
Right, yeah. Oh yeah, it is. I see. This is the one that's an activated ability. Okay. I'll think about it. There's an easy way. Nearby monsters are still a question mark. So. They naturally spawn in a fight with the hands. Right? The hands don't summon them. I don't have to keep them alive for a bit. It's better damage than I was thinking it would be. Okay, cool. Whoops. Oh, well, there's one. That works. Ah, son of a bitch. It's cool that it's a hand instead of a slime.
All is well that ends well.
The regular hands can. I'm wondering if I should leave them alive. I just wanted to kill one before I leave.
Another victory.
Good job, Hendrik. You need way more points. Yeah, right. Assume there's a limit to the number of enemies that can be on the screen here.
Witness the power of a true disciple. Another day, another victory.
Nice.
Now he's got his MP back. The bottommost one is the one that makes dual wielding better. Oh, I gotta take all these shitty sword abilities to get it. He can't wield a sword and a dagger, right? He has to use one or the other. Really? That sucks. That's pretty good. Oh. So makes him hit harder with swords. Makes sense, yeah.
Let's go!
I think these fights give a pretty decent amount of XP anyway.
And stay down.
No luck. Crit twice in one dual wield attack. Pretty crazy.
Victory is ours.
Serena get multi-heal? Really been here too long. We need more of those ethereal stones, so. Who removes curse? Is it a Rab thing? Okay, yeah.
Pull your socks up.
Can never remember what some of the random, like, status effect curing spells are called.
Let's go.
Witness the power of a true disciple! Ah, not bad at all.
Cool. Magical mending even relevant though, given that this is a full heal? I think I want max HP and then on a pep chance I don't feel so great about. Well, that's funny. Didn't realize that was even possible. Seen one spawn with a zombie. Really just trying to kill one metal thing. Oh my god, I actually blocked. It's like the 4th or 5th time I've seen the hero do that. At least you see Hendrik do it a lot. Come on, game. Give me one. But nobody came. Oh, that's not good. What is the meaning of this? I just want to kill one for the XP, just for fun. This should solve my money problems from crafting. Other maps can spawn them, okay. Really just want to have an opportunity to use Eric's ability. Ah. Especially since presumably he should get to go first most of the time. Oh yeah, I should have been recasting that. Whoops.
Witness the power of a true disciple!
All is well that ends well.
Ho ho! I'm fitter than ever!
Right when you're running low on MP, bud. Good for you. $20.16. I'm paying for my good luck with the red robot from earlier.
We have carried the day.
Like 25 for him, I think. Cannot cut a break.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't have gone for the metal slime ability so early. Mostly just wanted to be able to use it at least once. Definitely in sunk cost mode now. I won't let it go. I probably should. I also feel like I'm a little bit behind on the crafting curve with certain items too, so it would be nice to not be running out of focus points as much. But the other places where they can spawn, do they have a higher spawn rate? It's too bad. So far, I've only actually seen them spawn with zombies.
And stay down. Witness the power of a true disciple!
Yeah, exactly. And I already have the ability to hit all of them. I think I've gotten like 3 levels. Here we go. Don't you dare run away, motherfucker. If it killed Eric, I was about to cry.
You're wide open!
Nice.
Another day, another victory.
Okay, that's pretty good.
Ho ho! I'm fitter than ever!
I hate both of these. I would only ever heal with full heal. So that I should take the one that's cheaper then, right? Which is this one. Omni heal. Okay. Every 10 minutes. Okay. I guess I just was a little unlucky. Did another one of these things spawn? Yes. Cool. Equable Emerald. What? And come back. Thought I did. Wait. It's weird. Where I meant to be. Sort of when you use the flute from anywhere, it takes you to where you're flying above the arborea, I guess. Pretty sure I went down there. There's a silver key door that I can't get into. Open that. Thanks for checking though, I appreciate it. No worries, appreciate it. Okay, so which ones have I already done? This one back here, I think, still need to do. Oh, it doesn't say what it is. I guess if it doesn't say what it is, it means I haven't been there before, huh? Lost Land, Tower of Lost Time. Interesting. No music here, which is mysterious. That's like, that's great. I really like that. I think the toggles kind of remind me of like Soulsy storytelling, that they're just kind of there and they're not explained at all. But you come here and there's like a million of them. That's fucking great. It's okay that Tickington exists in the Definitive Edition. I like the flashback stuff. Just a computer running OSRS. Sacrosanct Staves, Venus Tears. That would be called the Tower of Time Well Spent. The Tower of Joy in One's Labor. The Cold Blow. Oh, that sounds useful. Waiting for that for a while. Wind and lightning attacks. Heavy wand. Get a branch. Yeah, part of why I like this so much is that there's no, like, you don't get here and there's not, like, a little cutscene where all the characters react. Like, what's with all the little ghost guys, right? You're just here and it's just happening now. Roll with it, right? God, I wish more games would do that. It's a power that games have that no other medium has, because in a movie, like, you have to point the camera at stuff to tell the audience what they should be paying attention to, and that kind of by itself spoils things. And in a book, if you choose to describe something, you give it away, right? It's the Dungeon Master problem, that if you choose to describe a suspicious corner, you give in a way that you consider to be important and suspicious. So only in video games can you just kind of go somewhere and stumble into something. Yeah, exactly. I think it's just a hero. Okay, cool. But even if they can even do a stupid thing where they're like, what's with this place? It's empty. All right, rad. That was cool as hell. I'm a big fan. It's like video games have this unique power as an art medium to like de-emphasize or allow the player to stumble into things. It's progress. It looks like King Kai's planet. I think I stopped at this one. I think this is the last one. I should have done this more systematically, but... I think without Tickington and the definitive edition, assuming that there's going to be a significant time travel thing later on, the game's been like really cool about setting that up, but then not overly focusing on it. Really, like that whole opening sequence with Cobblestone is getting information from your past grandfather that affects the present, which is cool. And you think that it's going to be like a big time story, and then it just isn't, right?
Nice.
But it exists to set the idea in your head that time is going to be important later on, and when it happens, it's not going to be coming out of nowhere. But now it's on my mind constantly because of Tickington, so... Kitties. Another one of these. Back to progress. I might go fight some of the battles on Angri-La later. Kind of want to wait until I'm like almost overpowered before I mess with them too much. Oh, it's more like Connie's castle or whatever.
So there really is an island in the sky, just as Father Benedictus said.
Always islands in the sky.
I wonder if he was right about there being something helpful here too. Is that a temple of some sort? Well, there must be some reason we were brought here. Shall we go and find out what it is?
Triple question mark. Hello. Got a bunch of those to do as well. A big fat like Majin Buu type character here.
We can see you, you know. Come out from behind there.
Wow. I guess it was you go outside, right? Oh, Toriyama.
The Watchers. And what are they?
I was mostly kidding. I assumed you'd be like a fat, cute little guy with a smiley face, right? Because of the little pistons outside.
Watch for as long as Erdrea exists.
Well, what do you know? And what are you doing skulking behind a pillar, Mr. Watcher?
This is home. Home of all of us. Once were many islands, many watchers. But attack came, Lord of Shadows. All crashed. Only this island remains. Only me.
That's awful.
Morrigan got to you guys too, huh? Sounds like you've been through a lot. Sorry if I was out of line just now. How come you survived anyway? And why did this place get left alone?
Guiding light burns within, has burned since time began. Was in Temple of Dawn, here, was cleaning. Attack came, was protected by guiding light.
This guiding light of yours sounds pretty special.
Hey, Ben.
Oh, we're here looking
How
for
are
a
you?
special something to help us defeat the Lord of Shadows. Do you think the guiding light might be it?
Not know. Is not's weapon, cannot defeat. Perhaps. Wish to help, but am only child.
Aw.
Know little of world yet.
Guess we'll just have to take a look for ourselves then, huh?
Yes. But what are we going to do about our poor little friend here?
Not worry. I'm fine. I'm Watcher. Story of Watcher's not over. You beat Lord of Shadows. Then World Tree returns. Cycle restored.
Well, that's easy enough.
And rebirth.
Right, bye, Ben.
Get new life. My brothers, my sisters. All begins again. Please, Luminary, succeed.
Wait. You know who he is?
Anyone in this world would just know who the Luminary is would be this guy. Is there a bunch of stuff we have to collect? Oh, this place is cool looking.
Oh, it's beautiful. And so holy. I feel purer just looking at it.
Wait, the mark.
Whoa! Did all that light just get squished down into that little thing?
Okay, cool.
Oh, look.
Okay, use it at those things. Shouldn't have gone to the optional locations first. Whoops.
I sense something very special in them. I know this feeling. Yggdrasil. I think you should take a closer look, don't you? I've a feeling they have something rather important to show us.
Oh, cool. Well, maybe it's not a stable time loop. So I wonder if they plan to do a Dragon Quest that's going to be about those characters, right? Because like that's not referencing
too,
another Dragon Quest that already exists, and they've done this in the past where they've referred to a past story and then done it as a prequel later.
Oh, you don't think...
Aye, I do. And I've a feeling you've the same instinct, laddie, eh? That was Erdwin, the luminary of legend. I never thought I'd see him with my own eyes.
So those were the original heroes?
That's pretty cool.
The ones who defeated the Dark One way back when? The more we know about them, the more chance we have of finding out how they beat him, right?
Ah, you're not wrong. Let's see what those other seedlings have to show us, shall we?
Let's do Braska, yeah. So they're not actually talking about, like, Erdwin happened to be the name of the main character from Dragon Quest 3, or are they talking about Dragon Quest 3 here? I assume this is a different world.
Did you see the size of that hammer? Was it just me, or did it seem special somehow?
It was no weapon, that much is certain. A forging hammer, if I am not mistaken. But what were they forging?
I wonder... Well, I think we all know where they were at least, don't we?
Let's see if the last seedling makes things any clearer.
Okay, cool.
I know that view. I'm sure of it.
So if I understand what we saw correctly, they found some ore and a hammer, then went up a mountain and forged a sword. Wait, of course. The Sword of Light.
One we couldn't get.
Indeed. They would not have gone into battle with the Dark One unarmed.
Better be a two-handed sword.
Yes, that's the power we need. That's how we'll drive the darkness from the world.
But Mordegon took it, right? Unless... Are these visions trying to say we need to... Yeah, that must be it. We need to make our own Sword of Light, just like the old heroes did. All right, we've got ourselves a plan. Not much of a plan, but we'll just have to fill in the gaps as we go. Let's start by paying a visit to the places we saw in those visions. I'm betting we'll find some more clues there.
Well,
Aye. It looked like they found that ore on another one of these floating islands. I reckon we'll need to have a word with our wee pal about that.
And that was Gallopolis in the vision where they
yeah,
had
that'd be
the
nice
hammer,
since you're
right?
crafting it.
Maybe the Sultan knows something.
Oh, and I remember now. That mountain, it's the volcano near Hotto, isn't it? How could I forget?
Oh, it sounds like we're going on a wee world tour then. Hotto, Gallopolis, and wherever that other island happens to be.
It seems we're setting off on another adventure, Veronica. You'll be with us in spirit. I know it.
All right, let's go to work.
I also like that they didn't do like a thing where you say goodbye to Veronica, where she like appears as a spirit immediately and gives you some closure. Hey, Han, how you doing?
You find, Luminary? Thing you seek? All is intriguing. Remember a tale from my grandfather. Guiding light helped ancient heroes. Helped in forging of sword. Sword to beat darkness. You have seen their quest.
Doing okay.
Island. Island of vision.
Painfully long.
This is called Battleground.
Battleground? Why would anyone go looking for ore on a battleground?
Mine was there. Mine of great ores. Great powers fought for ores. Great battle occurred.
Right.
Great losses. Great pain. Victors took all. No ore. No more. Perhaps. Tale of centuries ago. Perhaps tale false. Perhaps all remain. Perhaps.
Oh no.
Well, it
Been
can't
there,
be hard to
Johan.
go and have a look now, can it? Come on, you lot.
If you forget purpose, if you need clues, come to me. Tales from Grandfather may help. Good luck.
Thanks, kid. Oh, that's nice. Been to Gallopolis, but okay, it's fine. Havens above. I think Gallopolis seemed to have the fewest, like, scars on the land. So given that you go there basically first as Sylvando in the definitive edition, it really kind of undercuts the like the world is fucked up and destroyed thing. Like I said, it didn't have to actually be destroyed. They just had to create the plausible illusion that it was destroyed for a short while. Okay, so I'm guessing I can interact with those things I left behind, and I don't remember where any of them are now, and I'm certain there's not a marker. I think there were 2 of them that I saw. Let's see. It would have been nice if they found a way to keep the purple skybox in the Sylvando section, but I'm guessing it's just literally the area that the hero goes to later. Right. You get there and everyone's like, oh my god, it's been completely destroyed. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm not supposed to do that yet. Fishing rod scene was so good. Big fan. Fight the thing. Fight the thing? Dracolite. Fortunately, it was just Hendrik.
All is well that ends well.
Love you, Hendrik. You're goofy. Okay, but can someone else use that? He can. Probably don't have the Perfectionist Pearls for it. I should go see if I can just buy a bunch of those. I've pretty much stopped crafting for fear of wasting them now that it's really expensive to rework stuff. But since they have a fixed cost, maybe I've passed the point where I have so much gold that it doesn't really matter. Smog Bonnet. Claiming victory in 700 battles, wow. Evangelizards? Yeah, I know, right?
We have carried the day.
It's 700 battles, but it might be more like 2,100 enemies. Oh, it's been a while since we saw one of these. Out of curiosity. Plenty of densinium for whatever we use that for. How does one get into that little room on the side? Somewhere to drop down, maybe? God. Another one-way drop. What song from a different game would I play here? I definitely give this dungeon its own music, I think. It's a strong enough reason to play Blue Dragon, even though the game's pretty grindy, even for a Dragon Quest-like game. You get the look of Dragon Quest, but with a fucking kick-ass Uematsu soundtrack. Probably In Search of the Ruins we get played here. Oh, shit. Please don't kathwack me. Thank you for not kathwacking me. Rude. Ow. Cowabunga.
Not bad at all.
Oh, nice. Seed of Skill. I guess I'll throw that on Herrick. Really want to get him his thing that makes dual wielding less bad. I have a couple of those, actually. I have 3 of them. Nice. That's pretty sick. Master Your Knives sounds pretty good too. That's a pretty huge increase for a game that, like, doesn't really give a shit about its own math, it feels like. And likes to give you lots of little 2% increases. Like, yeah, plus 35 attack while wielding daggers, you know. Typical dagger has like 200 attack. Oh, here we go. Stress reduction. Well, I got pepped up naturally. Oh, okay.
Was never in
I see instant death, and I'm like, well, that's probably terrible. I think they could display the attack potency without being, like, anti-Dragon Quest, right? State the percentage damage. Those are the 2 worst characters to get paralyzed there. Nice. Okay. This one. Of course it is.
You want some?
Guessing these guys are immune to everything. Ooh. Freaks me out, man. I'm very grateful that it didn't just land on everyone there. Doesn't have enough MP. Oh. Yeah, right.
You shall not prevail.
Try to give at least one person death immunity, maybe. Needs. So let's start moving down this tree here. Yeah, right. More forgiving in this game, although I haven't deposited stuff in a while. I'm like, I've never game overed in this game so far. Making sure I got everything here. I think I did. Rasp. You just need to see an RPG that tries to have every enemy be defeatable via like rasp type mechanics. Every enemy has hit points and MP, and you can either damage HP or MP. And they're both resources. It seems like that's the kind of thing like Shin Megami Tensei would do, because I know that it really likes having people use HP as a combat resource. Star Ocean 3 did that. Interesting. Ogre shields, brigands mitts, titan belts. That is an upgrade. Cold blow. Or I really don't want it to crit at the beginning. That's fine. Nice. Nice. That's interesting. I do like shield health. Big upgrade for Hendrik. 9 pearls. Ooh. Okay. I don't know what governs what I'm allowed to buy and what I can't buy. Seems kind of random. Could be a mistake. Playing with fire there. Just need to eat one here, I guess. Also playing with fire. That's not gonna be very good, but... Oh, one of the best setups is to have a full physical team to ignore the mechanic. Yeah. Increase deafness by a decent amount. I think I should rework the belt, but I'll worry about it later. Probably too dangerous now. How dare you? I see. So if any vendor sells it anywhere in the game... Okay. Now's the time to do that. And I got the crit. What do you know? Wish that had been on the belt instead of the gloves, but that's okay. Remy, what does deafness do for him? It's good for him. Affects crit rate, maybe?
Oh, yes!
Suddenly been hit by a vision of getting cathlacked. Maybe I'll be safe, but I kind of want to leave really quick and deposit all my shit and then come back. Walking around with like 120k or something stupid like that.
One bites
the dust. I think Angrela has a bank. I'll stop at the Field of Discipline and give it a try. Why not? I can at least do the first round. May as well do it while the drops are relevant. I do like that that incentivizes you actually caring about your whole party. I think you get an effective full heal every time you do this, too. You want to respec a couple characters, but I'll wait. fleeing a party-wide action? That's real quick. I'll go to a campsite. Hey, kid. Rogue's robe. I'm gonna try this one. Oh, this actually needs a whole party, doesn't it? Okay. See, I think he also needed to have a bunch of like status effect resistance, but yeah, exactly. Chicken knife caused irreparable damage to my mental health. Shit like that happening is like extremely bad. It's like I need to like ditch the run as soon as it happens. You tried.
Take him.
Timing when he casts that is pretty bad too. Just gotta hope that I don't get locked down by something, I guess. Or I could try to equip the stuff that protects against it, but... Before I even get to act... Survive one attack after this, I can heal him. Nope.
Like this.
Have somebody else go first, but I don't know. Does it? Should have a different effect on Sylvando, but I don't think it does. It's where 4 of each of the accessories give you 25% paralyzed from charm resistance, right? Oops, shit. Well. I don't think I would have won that anyway. Let's try a different group just to see. Great. Don't paralyze me, please. I was hoping to save him for a later fight, because he's like super busted.
Stay focused.
As long as none of y'all have status effects that knock me down. I was hoping to have the hero for this fight. Probably gonna need it, yeah. This is already too much. Yeah, I can't keep up. I don't do enough damage with Pearly Gates. Okay. I could win with a Rab if I resist Charm and then Paralyze, or the enemy just doesn't use it. Probably the better call.
Like this.
Sure. Missed. Didn't do Charm. Don't do Charm. Don't do Charm. Okay.
This is the end for you.
It's the run.
Witness the power of a true disciple.
Sylvando's Guild Toss hits all enemies and ignores defense. Interesting. I'm not pepped up anymore. I remembered that. That's unfortunate. How dare you? God, that's so bad for like what you're trying to accomplish here. So you kind of just have to run it until you get the number of moves. Lantern Festival has come to town. Oh, not the best character for this, unfortunately. Single target. Ooh, that was lucky. You need shit like that to proc, right? I almost want Eric to die so he's not counting towards the turns being taken up here. Summoning ads? 20% is low enough that I would never be able to rely on it for this challenge, but high enough that it would feel like if I got it and then failed that I completely wasted my time, you know? She's very dead. I think I needed to quickly kill them and I failed, so I could try healing, but I don't think I can out DPS them though. Good. Also, it feels like you need to come in here with full pep. Fine. Seems like it's a nice challenge if you're pretty OP. Be something to try to work toward. you just go to the battlefield? No. Right. Everything there was to get on this floor, I think. What does this say? Watchers float above world. Watch protect this island is home. Here from beginning. Or to banish the darkness. I got turned around. Whoops, my bad. That seems new. Spatter of molten globules. Oh shit. Weapon to restore hope, okay. Very mean of you, game. Very cruel. I feel like a hollow is gonna jump out on the other end of this cliff and knock me off the side. Rolling skeleton wheel. Monster serving the Dark One. Come to steal the ore. You are right, yeah. Literally over here. What's that all about? Goddess tiaras, saintess dresses. Great. Try jumping. What the fuck? Oh yeah. Okay. Oh, didn't I come through like a little crawling space over here? A one-way drop, I guess? Oh, here we go, never mind. Gonna be a monster.
Don't be nervous now. Just relax. Oh, you're so muscly.
Muscly.
Let me work out these knots. Does that feel good? You'll tell me if it hurts, won't you? Okay, all done. You can open your eyes now. Time to take the plunge, darling.
It's funny.
3, 2, 1. Puff, puff!
Ugh. Yeah, it's pretty silly. She's like randomly in this dungeon. I was for sure it was gonna be like a monster. Dark one attack, battle rage, many fell or lost. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tockle. Haha. Chrono Crystal. Look at that guy's walking animation out of combat.
All is well that ends well.
Get Cathlacked here. Oh no, Brain Drainer. Oh shit, I completely forgot. Okay. I was forgetting something. Guess I'll drop the thing that hits twice. It does quite a bit more damage. Or molten globules. Okay, so there might be metal slimes here somewhere. I think he actually does less damage. The triple hit back, I guess. Metal slime, please. I guess it's 3 chances to crit, and he has a pretty high base crit chance. I assume Handy Heal All tries to use heals from people not in my party like Serena, right? I fight all of them, just hope I get a metal slime somewhere. Nice.
Who else wants some?
Just by himself.
Sweeper hit! Not bad at all.
Want to pick up Omni Heal's actually really cheap. From what I would expect anyway. It would be like 25. Nice. Should have used an ability there.
Our triumph was never in doubt.
The floating robots also have a chance to spawn metal slimes, or just the regular ones? Yeah. I just want to have it as an emergency. In case I can't wait to get to Rab. Probably won't use it the majority of the time. Oh wow, that's better at level 1. Okay, I'll try it. Okay, cool. Bad axe. Can't be upgraded. It's too bad. Make another Titan belt. Pretty much just costs money to try. Currently flush with cash. I feel like that should be a little bit cheaper. +2, I think. Oh, nice. I have to see how much GP does it cost to get 1 Perfectionist Pearl? Is it 100? That also generates Perfectionist Pearls. I can probably do the math. What costs less money overall? The +3 is not that big of a difference. Easy, he was going to say. Heroes of peace, disaster, dark one came, hope turned to despair. I got excited when I saw something on the side that was small. Come on, game, give me a metal slime. I'm good.
Witness the power of a true disciple! Parallax! Another day, another victory.
That's pretty good.
Accept your fate.
Dual wielding a mace and a sword. Cowabunga.
Another day, another victory. Oh yeah.
Tempted to respec out of these deafness and agility. Well, I need this one to get up here. But... let's wait. That looks like progress. What percentage of the uniques in Path of Exile would you say are used by at least one build, one realistic competitive build? So in Diablo 3, it's like 80, maybe 90%. Number in the game. I guess those are the same answer in Diablo 3.
Diligence is its own reward.
Ho ho! I'm fitter
Oh,
than
Rab's got full heal now. I almost beat him to full heal. This thing, right? Cut above. Sick. Still working on this. Dragonhorn. I wish Handy Heal All and Character Builder were in that pause menu. Definitely don't know why the Character Builder isn't. It's like the weirdest place for it to be in a little side miscellaneous menu. Extremely odd. Brace yourself. Life bracers, mighty armlets, brainy brace. Okay, I get it. Increases HP. Wow, that's like way better than the Titan belt I just got. Does it? What's the downside? That it just doesn't give any defense, I guess? Nice. +2, maybe a +3. Nice. That's interesting. So I have different sources of the same item because I already was able to craft the restorative, right? Okie doke. Beautiful. Calculated. I try to let me make sure there's not some weird downside to this mighty armlet. It's weird that it's already better than the thing I just got. Doesn't give you defense, I guess. Oh, he can have the one that gives you defense, and I'll try to make one more for Eric, I guess. Some more pearls in the process, I suppose. Feels really strange that suddenly there are items that don't work in the fun size forge. I can't think of a single item before now that I wasn't able to rework. I wonder what's up with that. I'm blind, aren't I? Where is it? Mighty Armlet. Oh. Okay. I have enough in the bank, but... That's how we got there in the first place. Some mithril ore. That's everybody that's here. Let me check. The other caves seem to be accessible from the spiral, which I'm pretty sure I already did. All right. Oh, interesting. In this specific dungeon, you mean? I don't think I actually went into this little cave last time. Oh, we're gonna run away immediately. Okay, I can kill one. Huzzah! At some point, there's gonna be one of these games where they acknowledge the meta for metal slimes and very cruelly make it so that the metal slimes have as much health as all the other enemies and need to be crit multiple times to die.
Another day, another...
That looks like a ore.
Something tells me we found our special ore.
Is there a boss?
You have got to be kidding me.
Honey, are you okay?
I'm more than okay. Do you know what this is? It's orichalcum.
Ooh.
Do you have any idea how much this stuff is worth?
Orichalcum? Well,
Glad I've been pronouncing orichalcum right for 10 years.
I've never seen it with my own eyes.
I don't think I've heard it read in voice acting in any game.
Am I sure, he asks? You bet I am. I steal valuable stuff for a living, remember? This is it. The rarest metal in the world. I wish Mia was here to see this. So this is the ore we were looking for. I should have guessed. Imagine what a fortune you could make with a lump this big. Sorry. Got a little carried away there. Don't worry, I get it.
There you go.
This
Eric
here
still
ore
gets to do
is
something
strictly for
Eric-y.
sword making.
It's not just along for the ride. Nice. All right.
We're one step closer to making that sword, but we've still got a way to go. Let's hit the road.
You guess. I try to zoom and it's like something's blocking you from zooming. Holy shit. No boss fight. Wow. Fair enough. They're gonna do the cheeky thing where like, oh, the boss isn't guarding the thing, but it attacks you on your way out. It just happened in Wild Arms 3. Because the dungeon was the boss. There's a lot of enemies in there. Hammer. Colopolis. I do like when games like this break formula. It doesn't always have to be a boss.
So the rumors were true. Erdwin's lantern descends towards Gallopolis.
I'm gonna scream. Okay, it's fine.
And they say it began when Yggdrasil fell and darkness covered the land. But why? What is happening to our world?
Oh, this is the little guy from the opening cutscene.
Erdwin's lantern, eh?
This is where we came to Sylvando to get horse poop. I guess they implied that it like moved here from the point Sylvando started to now.
Back in Yggdrasil, we had a legend that after Erdwin defeated the Dark One, he ascended to the skies as a star, so he could watch over Erdrea for all eternity. That was one of Eleanor's favorite stories. And I always thought it was just that, a story. But now I'm not so sure. I mean, if the Lord of Shadow's rise caused Erdwin's lantern to descend... Are you even listening, laddie? Oh, charming. Well, I can share my musings with you again if you'd like. Heard everything you needed to hear, did you? All right, then. Well, I suppose this is no time to be standing around pontificating. The lantern's on course to crash straight into this fair kingdom.
I love the little ghosts. They're great.
We'd best go and see what the Sultan thinks of all this, eh?
Yeah, it's pretty fucking apocalyptic. Even if that was just the skybox when you were here as Sylvando, it would have kept the feeling that things are really, really bad. Alright, let's talk to the Sultan. Yeah, it's cool as hell. Totally agree. Lord's sword, okay. I want that, and it looks like the axe, maybe. Oh my god, come on. There you go. Economy's in shambles. Really appreciate that they prompt you to put something in your bag. That's very nice of them. Have to craft on that. probably is also better at a +3. Not an Eric. Gladius. Right. Some point we replace this. The extra crit chance seems pretty good. I guess I could, well, I think if it crits in the offhand, it does full damage regardless of the usual damage down effects. So maybe it's time for it to be in the offhand. Yeah, right. Alright, I'm gonna save scum this because these are really expensive to reforge. I think I needed one more mini metal to get a mini metal thing. I can go there and buy more Perfectionist pearls, but that's where you buy them, right? At the mini metal place? I think there's been a dagger called Gladius since like Final Fantasy 1, right? Almost every Final Fantasy has one. It is funny that it's named that, but ooh, dangerous. Even just one of those critted, that would have been great. Shoot. Thanks, game. Appreciate that. Damn it. Alright, I'll probably reload that. Not for that many pearls. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize the title screen changed. There's a whale and the red star thing from the opening. All right, let's not do Sizzly Puff this time. It's alarming. Just don't have the FP to finish this out safely. Thanks, game. That was nice of you. Oh, the one on the top left isn't done. Shit. Thought I had that one already. Alright, well, try it again. This is a rough one. I'll accept the +2, I think. I'd rather not, but... Alright, here we go. I think I need crits to be happening here. That's good. Probably going to be a +2. Yeah, okay, I can live with that. Rather not, but I can. Just confirm that it's still better than the Worm Fang, just barely. Higher crit chance, though. That's kind of cool. Overlord's Axe, Gladius. Does everything that's able to be reworked have a recipe somewhere in the game world, or not necessarily? Oof, I probably want Sizzly Puff for this one. Focus costs halved. Oh, I was lucky. I don't think I deserve that. Didn't get the lucky crit. Probably only going to be a +1, but we'll see. Okay, I'll take it. And the Gladius. Watch me immediately fail here. Oh, okay. It was as bad as I thought it was going to be whenever I see a double like this. Oh dear, that's right, you can overshoot. I think that's already too late then. I forgot you can crit in one of the early hits of multi-bash, and that can screw you over, right? So sad. Oh, maybe that was it, because it just showed me as having already crafted it at +3. I thought that was, I didn't think that counted reworks. Let's see. I'm already about even, so it doesn't really matter right now. And now it's probably too dangerous to keep doing that. Beautiful. At least one of them is +3. Hooray! First time tuning in for Dragon Quest, Garethro? Talk to the Sultan. No, we haven't seen him. He only plays Dragon Quest VII. Oh yeah,
My boy, please.
this guy.
Your reckless
Oh, is he
heroics may get
changed?
you killed.
Fear not, father. I will take all necessary
That was so long ago.
precautions. By the time I return, the mystery of the star will be solved and Gallopolis will be saved.
That's cute.
It is you. Thank you once again for all you did for my son. What in the name of the... Surely this cannot be.
It's been a while, eh, Your Majesty? Years, in fact. I haven't seen you since the Colloquy of Kings and the disaster that followed.
Oh yeah.
Lord Robert,
Forgot they knew each other.
please, you must listen. What we were told about the Luminary was false. He is not the spawn of the darkness after all. Alas, we were all deceived by King Carnelian. We allowed the world to be destroyed. We brought this disaster upon ourselves.
King Carnelian was Morrigan, so...
Oh, come on, Your Majesty. We can hardly be blamed. This is Mordegon's doing. He's the one who possessed King Carnelian and caused all this chaos. This is down to him and no one else.
Lord Robert.
Now, listen. We need to talk about that star. If Erdwin's lantern falls much further, Gallopolis is done for. What do you know about it?
Sadly, very little. I have tasked my finest scholars with investigating its origins, but they have discovered nothing. There is one thing that may be of interest. My son Faris claims to have been able to make out runes on the surface of the barrier that surrounds the star.
Runes, eh? This is the first I've heard of a barrier surrounding the lantern, let alone anything being written on it. Was your lad sure of this?
He certainly appeared to be. In fact, he has taken one of our most learned scholars to the Celestial Sands in order to investigate the runes more closely. It is there that we believe the star will make its landing.
I see. Reckon we'd better go and take a good look at these runes ourselves, eh? Shall we head out after the prince?
It would put my mind at ease if you would, Lord Robert. I cannot help but worry about him being abroad in such dangerous circumstances. You have my thanks.
Interested to see where they're going to go with Faris. I thought they did a good job of giving him a good resolution last time.
Journey safely.
Unlike Persona, this game does feel like it takes good advantage of its length. Like, it feels like enough time has actually passed in-game that I could believe that Faris is a different person now. That'd be great. I'm kind of hoping for that, to be honest. Go ahead and get the player to look up if they didn't already. Really great. Oh, big fan. Great. Oh, I can take one of these guys? How does that work? Am I just going to replace the rider on the horse? Don't need it, but I kind of want to see. Agreed. Right. Or the final day in Majora's Mask.
Not bad at all.
I think it's just a horse. I was half expecting, like, the hero to not have a head, or for the headless horseman to hold the hero or something like that. It's okay. If they've set my expectations very high with some of the other monsters that you can ride. What does this game have on Metacritic? It did pretty well, right? I'm trying to think, like, what's the next best thing that Square Enix has put out in the last 15 years? 10 years, maybe. Final Fantasy 14, I guess. It's pretty good. It's a 91 controlling for, like, the JRPG Anchor, assuming that still exists to some extent. Oh.
No. You agreed to do this.
Yeah.
Come. We must move closer. We cannot hope to read the runes from here.
But, Your Highness, I am sorry. It is too dangerous. I'm afraid I must refuse.
Do you have a means of deciphering the symbols without entering the celestial sands?
Well, no, but...
Oh, Principal! Hello, darling. Long time no see.
Sylvando! What an... unexpected pleasure.
For sure.
The Sultan said you were out here in the scary sands trying to read runes of a falling star. Huh. Guess you grew up to be quite the brave boy,
I am simply doing my duty to my people. But what about you? What brings you to the sands?
The same thing as you, Your Highness. We have come to investigate Erdwin's lantern.
Sir Hendrik? The Sir Hendrik? Ah, the hero of Heliodor, here in my kingdom!
You know who I am, Your Highness?
But of course! You are my hero! You are every aspiring knight's hero!
I love Hendrik.
To serve under your command is my life's ambition!
I am honored, Your Highness. The courage you have shown in venturing out here suggests that you would make a fine knight, wherever or whomever you serve.
Truly, you have no idea how much your words mean to me. Oh, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Sorry to butt in, Your Highness, but might I ask how your investigations are going? You were looking a wee bit frustrated back there when we arrived.
Indeed I was, old man. That fool of a scholar is too frightened to accompany me any further into the sands. I am not one for learning. The symbols will mean nothing to me, which leaves me in quite a predicament.
Well, I think I might be able to help out there, if you'll allow me.
You are some manner of wizened ancient?
I kind of like that Steiner was like a loser compared to Beatrix. I don't know. He had room to grow.
Meet me there.
Hendrik doesn't need to grow because he already like was an antagonist for half the game. Like, it's cool at the end of the game when like Steiner is super powerful and like has Beatrix's respect and everything. I really, really, really like pathetic characters. I think it's my favorite kind of character in fiction. Yeah. It's like, I think the reason I like it so much is that it's hard to get right. You want someone who's pathetic that you root for, and getting that balance right is hard, because sometimes someone can be pathetic and also like creepy. Or pathetic and arrogant, right? You have to get the sense that they're really trying.
Taking a nap, Principal? And there was me thinking you'd come to investigate the lantern.
Might be why I like Disco Elysium so much.
Truly, it is even more magnificent when one lies directly beneath it. How many can say that they have seen such glories up close?
Pretty sweet looking.
You're a special one, darling. Don't go changing, What are these ruins, anyway? And how come they're out here all on their own in the middle of the desert?
Huh? Oh, they have been here forever, since the age of our grandfathers' grandfathers, or some such nonsense.
They were built for something
I
very
love the hero in
important.
all these scenes, just kind of like passively watching the little
Maybe some kind of
ghost.
stage. What a place to perform! Can you imagine?
I think that's the same one from the opening cutscene with the little like explosion in its stomach.
You weren't wrong about the runes, Your Highness. I can definitely see some on the side of the lantern. Let's take a closer look, shall we?
Right. I think pathetic characters who like earn the respect of their peers and their friends and who like redeem themselves is like the ultimate kind of fiction power fantasy to me, because it suggests that like your identity is not locked in, that even you're not like the product of your past mistakes and people's current perceptions of you.
You can see me?
Sure can.
This means you must be that.
Are you okay, honey? You were talking to yourself, and we all know what that means.
Things past, return to me!
That doesn't sound very good.
What's happening?
The lantern!
I especially like having a thing that only the silent protagonist can see, because like this game, the mechanism by which we learn about anything is the characters reacting on behalf of the party, or behalf of the main character. So they can't react to stuff for him. It's only on you as the player. Like, what the fuck is the ghost thing?
Lord Robert, it is not safe here. We must fall back.
It's fine.
Oh, give me a minute, will you? I think I can make out what the runes are saying. Lass. Moss.
Please, Lord Robert, it is too dangerous.
This is a much better, like, crisis theme than the one we heard earlier.
What is this? What is happening?
No, there's a force field around it. Oh, there was.
Now none shall challenge me. This world is mine, and mine alone.
It was a good thing.
Was that the Sword of Shadows?
The lantern. It has disappeared. The star was named for Erdwin, but can such an ominous phenomenon truly be the work of heroes? Was the foul creature wielding the sword not...
That was no foul creature, Sir Hendrik. That was the savior of Gallopolis.
Oh.
He spared us all from the falling star. The kingdom is
Oh,
saved.
so much for Ferris.
My people will surely thank me when I bring them the good tidings. I must return to the city and spread the news. Come and find me at the palace if you need me. Yes!
Gotta go back to before that happened.
What could that mean?
Really like his current outfit. He has this like
Why don't we go ask the
Scottish golf hat,
It's his kingdom. Maybe he knows something.
but he also has like armor on under his monk robes. What you doing there, bud? He's dead. He's dead. Just having a bad day. Feeling like garbage on the ground.
It is a relief to see you.
Oops.
Paris has explained all that came to pass out upon the sands.
Yeah.
It seems
Yes,
a
Ferris.
savior
The
appeared
evil
and
purple
destroyed the lantern before
black
it could lay
demon
waste
thing.
to my kingdom.
Definitely the savior.
Aye. Though, I wouldn't go calling him your savior just yet. Anyway, never mind that now. There's something I want to ask you, your majesty. The runes on the barrier around the star, they spelled out a word. Kalasmus. Does that mean anything to you?
Kalasmos. Sadly, it does not.
Well, if it was written on the side of a star, you can bet it means something. Something important. Yeah, but we can't go letting it distract us too much. Mordigan's not going to defeat himself. We've work to be getting on with.
You guys have like a
Lord
super
Robert,
hammer or something?
Your quest to defeat the Lord of Shadows is a noble one. The people of Gallopolis will be praying for your success.
Yes, and if there is ever anything you require, you need only ask.
You got a hammer?
After all, I still owe you a favor.
Oh, I clean forgot. We need to ask the Sultan about that hammer that used to belong to Erdwin.
Is there something I can help you with, Lord Robert?
As a matter of fact, there is. I need to pick your brains about a giant hammer that's supposed to be kept here in Gallopolis. We're going to need it to defeat Mordigan, and apparently, you lot have had it since the Age of Heroes.
A giant hammer, you say? Ah, yes.
Oh yeah,
You
that
mean
hammer.
A forging hammer. It has been in the royal family for generations. Ferris, fetch the forging hammer from the treasure.
Don't tell me it's missing. That's reasonably big. Hammer specifically for killing Mordecai. That hammer?
This is Edwin's hammer, the one we saw in the vision.
Father, do you truly intend to give the hammer away? We had intended to sell it in order to fund this
The
year's
greatest Disney movie.
Silence! Insolent boy.
The forging hammer is one of Gallopolis' greatest treasures. It has been handed down through the generations since time immemorial. But if we must relinquish it,
I was expecting
then
that.
so be it. You are the only ones who can defeat the Lord of Shadows. If you need it, it is yours.
Thanks, y'all.
My nurse once told me that the power of the spirit of the land resides within the forging hammer. It is said that it can beat even the hardest of metals into shape. At least, I think that is how the story goes. Well, I hope it helps you on your quest. Best of luck, dear friends. I shall be expecting good news.
All right, later, y'all. Oto, we haven't been to in a really long time. It's where everyone speaks in haiku. They want to redeposit all this money. There's a new quest here. Guessing the weapon and armor shop doesn't have anything new, but... My stock dwindles to nothing, the river runs dry. That's not good. Fiery brimstone. There's something about the sheen of your hair that I instinctively trust. Sure. Gooberkint. Gotcha. Some like it Hoto. This has been a very fun game to localize. Almost feel like if you really like puns, the optimal job on the earth is to like design quest names for MMOs and video games.
Fair Mistress Miko, the rite cannot be performed with the beast abroad.
Silence, whining cur! A monk's spirit is equal to any monster! This accursed wound. Until it heals, I am helpless. The right left undone.
I like that it doesn't. The fact that they speak in haiku doesn't screw up the voice actor's delivery.
On the wrong side of her.
Oh, but we have guests. Forgive the storm of my rage. My shame knows no bounds. The wind blew you here. Surely it was not by chance. Will you hear my tale? The Angry Mountain. A rite must be performed there, lest fire consume us. But disaster looms.
We all know volcano is Latin for angry hill.
Yet a beast blocked his path. The fiend loomed, monstrous. Fierce of fang and sharp of claw. He ran for his life. I longed to hunt it. But I faced another foe and suffered this wound. A great fire dragon. Tatsunaga the Terror. Now he is no more. Forgive my boldness, but the beast blocks our lifeline. Slay it in my stead.
Sure.
I greet your kind words, as the steppe in high summer greets the falling rain. Head first to the west. You will find a mountain path. There the monster waits. Oh, guiding spirit, guardian of rock and flame, protect these brave souls.
I wonder how they spoke in the original Japanese, if it was also in haiku. It's an inspired localization choice, anyway. Take the western path. I think I was previously blocked from doing this. Yeah, Mount Fuji. So like this area has almost no damage, and neither did Gallipolis. So like, if the objective is to create in the player the sense that the world has ended and it's been like an apocalypse, these are like the two zones you don't want to show them. Although I would have been fine with Gallipolis if they had kept Erdwin's lantern in the sky. I don't know why they didn't, to be honest. When Sylvando goes there, I mean. Centuries old Japanese, yeah, that could make sense. I guess the apocalyptic thing going on here is the volcano.
Groar! Get out of here!
Yeah, right.
Go on, go away!
But then they struggle to come up with a way to localize into English and do a pretty good job with, I think, making all the towns fairly different.
Away, or I will eat you!
The beast is upon us. Stand fast.
I love you, Hendrik. You don't sense anything off here.
I am the spirit of the mountain, and I have very, very sharp claws. If you do not want to be torn to pieces, you had better get out of here.
We're going nowhere. Not until you promise to stop bullying innocent monks and let the villagers climb the mountain. Huh? Was it something I said?
Shouldn't they be running away?
It is a bunch of kids in
What are
a
we going to do?
sitting on each other's shoulders.
Shut up, idiot! They will hear us. How are we going to scare them away if you keep jabbering? Ow!
Amazing.
This is all your fault, Atsuko. Now we are in trouble.
Shut up, Atto! If you had not fallen over, we would never have ended up in this mess.
So much for our big, scary monster. It's just a couple of little ones.
Sylvando is the ideal character to handle this situation.
Foolish
Not
children.
Hendrik, no.
What possessed you to risk your lives with such recklessness?
No, we never meant to. We have done no wrong. Miko's right has to be stopped. A tragedy looms.
Yes, yes! You have to listen to my brother. Miko wants to do a horrible thing and we
Throw
have
somebody
to
in the
stop
volcano.
her.
Seems these bairns have got a bee in their bonnet about something. We'd better get to the bottom of this.
It's a lot of bees, Rab.
You will hear us out.
They really like
Other
alliteration.
grown-ups ignore us, as mountains do rain.
Oh, now they're talking in haiku.
Do you really think they will? Is someone finally going to listen to us?
It's interesting.
I think so, and they seem very strong. With them on our side, people are sure to listen. We have a hideout, a den, like a fox's home. We will meet you there.
Hurry, hurry!
It's really interesting with them moving in and out, him moving in and out of haiku. Hideout. Regular world map music. We don't get a cool bumpin' volcano theme.
Hooray! You are... Thank you for coming. We have been awaiting you, as seeds await spring.
Nice.
These people, my son, the travelers you spoke of? Light in the darkness?
Yes, Mother, they came. The ones who did not treat us as horses treat flies.
You said you were trying to stop the rite. Why would you wish to do so?
The rite is sacred, or so we have long been taught. But this is just wrong. To appease the gods, a sacrifice will be made. Our own dear mother.
Human sacrifice? Oh my! This rite is just not right.
Miko gathered
Sylvando
us.
rules.
She made a grave pronouncement. A great shadow fell. In happier times, we offered up fruit, silk, corn. But those days are gone.
Without sacrifice, living flame will consume us. The volcano's rage.
And God doesn't like vegetables. That's
That
blood
Lord of
sacrifice.
Shadows has got a lot to answer for.
I was selected. A gift for the volcano. A live offering. But why me? Why now? It was the mountain that chose. Or so Miko said.
Mother gave us life, so we had to fight for hers. It is our duty.
Duty.
A noble cause indeed. I see now why you did what you did.
For the whole tree's sake, one leaf falls into the flames. Perhaps I should go.
No, do not say that. You know your sacrifice is just an excuse. A few short days passed. Our mother saw Miko go, where she should not be. Miko learned of this. She now wants the truth buried. And mother also. She hides a secret, up there on the mountainside. Why else would she go?
It certainly sounds like something fishy is afoot. Maybe the laddie's right. It can't hurt to take a look, at least.
You will take us there. This is music to our ears, as sweet as birdsong. Beyond this ladder, a path leads into darkness, the volcano's heart.
Cool. I really like the kids occasionally dropping out of haiku. That was cool. All right. Is this the first Dragon Quest with auto saving, or was it in 9? I assume 9 had to have a less restrictive saving system because it was on DS, right? You usually have rules about being able to set it down at any time.
Another one bites the dust.
Oh, free Gooperkint. And there's the fiery brimstone. That was easy.
Let's do this.
Could have been worse, I guess. I guess, as a general rule, if an enemy has a chance to spawn metal slimes, feel free to just tell me. I'll fight them more frequently.
Accept your fate.
Or, you know, metal anything.
Our triumph was never in doubt.
Let's see. This is on PC.
A dead end, it seems. All twists and turns exhausted. The path leads nowhere.
Well, it's a shame and all, but how about we get out of here? I don't know about you, but I'm sweating like a...
What in the world was that?
It's really good so far.
Whatever
Believe
it
it.
was.
Down there! Look!
It's the source of the Angry Hill. It's another dog dragon. You do a good job of, like, making some subtle changes to the size and the way they present. Palette swapped with monsters we've already fought to make them seem more important and cooler, like the black dragon
Tatsunaka,
earlier.
The beast Miko spoke of. But did she not claim to have slain it?
This is her secret. She did not beat the dragon. She left it to live. That liar! That cheat! Mother will not die for this! Miko must be stopped! Let us hurry back. The people deserve to know. The truth must be told.
That's cool. We'll beat it. This game is really gorgeous. I think you'd be pretty blown away at how little like asset reuse there is for the environment design. You expect to get like 3 or 4 towns that are just kind of copy-pasted assets, but each of the towns really has its own identity to the buildings and stuff. You don't get the embarrassing orange caves from Final Fantasy 13 too. I guess part of it is you revisit all the areas once, so they get to reuse the towns a bit in that respect, but... Cannot Castle. Speak the truth to them. Okay. Is the door even open? Okay, didn't think so. When do you get Zoom? Is it in Hoto? Been so long, I forgot. Might just learn it at some point. I thought there was a story point where I gave it to you. Maybe I'm forgetting. Build a statue in my honor. Thanks, lady. Alright, Miko, what the hell? What's your angle here?
Everybody!
Uh-oh. Maybe you shouldn't be doing this, kid.
Be still, Atsuo. You must be like a spring breeze, not a howling gale.
I will not be still. I will howl it to heaven. Tatsunaga lives.
What nonsense he speaks. Tatsunaga is no more. Miko told us so.
No, the creature lives. It roars and howls in its lair, loud as the mountain.
You lie, wretched child. A beast blocks the way upward you could not have passed.
Beware the beast.
Ha! I am the beast. The unholy fiend you feared? Me and my sister.
What?
We took our mother and sought to keep you from her with a bold disguise.
Idiot children. Your games will see us all killed by the mountain's rage.
Ha! Why believe you? You whose tales of bold conquest were naught but hot air. The beast was not slain. You gave away our futures to save your own skin. Snake, devil, spider. You seek not sacrifices. You seek dragon food.
Damn.
Your scheme lies exposed. Your bargain with the dragon will not save you now. And what of you? The son who fought beside you. Was his soul sold too?
Enough! Hush, mewling kitten. What do you know of the truth? Of sacrifices?
Can it truly be? The dragon's death a facade? Dislodged by the breeze?
If so, why all this? Why sate the mountain's anger? We die anyway.
Silence! The dragon is gone. My beloved son slew him, and paid with his life.
That's so.
Now, meddling brat, test the mountain's wrath no more. You risk all our lives. Bring forth your mother. The flames burn ever stronger while our time grows short.
You shall not have her! I see through your web of lies. Accursed spider!
Tell her, kid.
No.
That's raw! Come! Quickly!
Cool.
That's an agga!
We got this. It's fine.
You!
See? The dragon lives! Miko! She gave us to him! He will eat us all!
Yeah, exactly. That happens a couple times. I don't know what the deal is. Maybe it's to force an autosave.
Steady.
It happened earlier when I was talking to the Sultan. Rab was like, oh yeah, we need to talk to him about the hammer. And it gave me control to press A.
Again! Stop! Stay your weapons! Though this may seem a dragon, it is but a boy!
Mistress Miko.
Is her son? Oh, there you go.
To sate your hunger, I give up my mortal form. The fox feeds her cub.
Shit.
No! Mistress Miko!
Damn.
Quickly! Fire!
He will kill us all!
We haven't had like a normal episodic Dragon Quest story in a little bit because we've been on the
You must
important
fight fire with cold steel.
main quest stuff for a while.
You must face the beast.
Like we're back in the mode of like, oh, and then there's a little twist. Hey man, the save point is like right behind you. Good. At least you still have the solace of prayer.
You saw it swallow the priestess. Be on your guard.
Let's debuff him.
Ah, this'll soften him up. Ho, ho, ho!
Nice dodge, Eric. Okay, so a cut above. I think that's better damage than Parallax. It's actually kind of hard to say. Nice, look at all those crits. Oh, that works. Yes, please. Nice little emergency heal. Ooh, Yggdragon's Blessing? Requires all 4 party members be pepped up. Interesting. All right, now I need to decide where I want to go next. I probably want to pick up that strength node. Maybe try, well, probably want the flat critical hit chance increase. I have most of the nodes that I care about for the hero. I feel like they spent extra time. He's not just a palette swap. Like, he is a palette swap, but they spent some extra time on the textures for his legs and stuff.
The beast flees, chastened. Dust settles, sunlight returns. The village is saved.
The bitter truth dawns. Day breaks. Its light harsh, cruel. Miko is no more.
First Ryu, now Miko. The lion's taken from us. Only sheep remain.
Did you see her trying to protect that thing before it ate her?
It's her son.
What was that about, huh?
Got turned into the dragon somehow.
Who can know her mind? The sun of her heart eclipsed. Treachery blinds her. But one thing is clear. Until its flame is smothered, the beast is a threat. Tatsunaga's lair, at the heart of the mountain, reached by the great gate. It must be unlocked. Miko's maid, she has the key. Come now, to the shrine.
Let us go. Interesting. Okay. Still could be useful in, like, metal slimes.
Are the gods so cruel? To pile like rocks upon her.
I guess if
burden
he gets
on
better
burden.
crit later, each of the 6 attacks has a chance to crit, which would overcome it. I don't think I've ever seen Hendrik crit.
Came for the key. The one for the mountain gate. There, the dragon waits.
With Miko's light gone, yours is the only glimmer. Take it. It is yours.
Right, yeah.
Come, we have the key. Clouds part. The way ahead clears. The end is at hand.
I wonder if each hit also has a chance to apply procs.
Wait.
Hmm?
You must know the truth. It sleeps between these pages. Wake it. Make it yours.
Looks like a diary of some kind. Must be Miko's.
My sins rend my heart. I must confess them or scream. Thus I record them. The battle was fierce. At last the dragon lay prone. My son drew his sword. But then, like a fog, blackness rose from the dragon. Poor Yu was smothered. I carried him home. He tried to fight the darkness, but the night prevailed. The beast had cursed him. Pain racked my poor boy's body. I watched his form change.
It's a bummer.
He was a dragon. I had to hide him away. Pretend he was dead.
Can her words be true? Not Tatsunaga, but Ryu. This is who we fought?
Hey, don't interrupt, honey. I want to hear how it ends.
Could he be restored? A storm of doubts assailed me. But then the skies cleared. The magic mirror in which true forms are revealed. This might save my son. Alas, the mirror neither revealed nor restored. Though I tried and tried.
Sounds useful.
My son's hunger grew. The hunger of the dragon for the flesh of men. It burns like hot sun. The agony of knowing. The choice that I make. But my son must live. Till I master the mirror I wear by my heart.
Hopefully you took it off before you got eaten.
Thus have I chosen. Though others' lives are squandered, my boys must be saved.
Ugh, it's a tragic tale. The poor woman, torn between her child and her people. It's a choice you wouldn't wish on anybody. Maybe if we could get our hands on that mirror she mentioned, we might have more luck with it than she did.
But Miko is gone. The magic mirror with her. The light of hope fades.
You cannot be saved. Only the creature remains. You must forget him. Mother Devourer! Peril! Foul Scourge! Murderer! The beast must be slain.
Damn.
Yes, the time has come. Meet me on the western path, before the
Right.
great gate.
Nothing of interest inside. Who give all that like preamble describing an ancient high priestess of old and be like, eh, whatever, it's dumb. Hoping for like a recipe or something. I previously wasn't able to come back here. This is probably a good stopping point. Let's see. Probably auto saves I can do in the dungeon, but I'm guessing I won't get another save point for a little bit, so. Future Marstead, you're going back into the volcano. There's a dungeon there. Gotta meet the little kid. Kill the dragon that's actually the priestess lady's son, and it's very sad. Or maybe save the dragon if you can, that'd be great. Cool. Thanks everybody again for supporting Dragon Quest XI. I really enjoy this game way more than I even would have expected. Like, I liked Dragon Quest VII, but it definitely felt like it was longer than it needed to be, and this game has never felt long at any point. The fact that we've already played it for 49 hours is like shocking to me. It doesn't feel like that much time has passed.